Alright, bet. I'm gonna check if chat is working. Alright, bet. YouTube's working. Let's go over to Twitch. Twitch. Oh. Let's hop on Twitch and see if chat's working on Twitch. I could see it way before it pops up on the screen on this shit. That's insane. Alright, there you go. I don't know how long I'll be on live for, but I'm gonna be on live for sure. I'm just tired as fuck. I can't hop on tomorrow because I have a lot of shit to do. Or I might wake up and do it in the afternoon or something. Oh, fuck. Wham, ho. The coochie out of Queen. Put some Lulu on his butt. Lululemon. Wham, bitch, you burnt out. Wham, oh, bitch, I'm turned now. I'm about to tell you I'm trying to fuck it right now. I don't know if I should take a shower yet. That's what I was thinking about doing. I gotta fight these weak ass fucking. Hell no. Where's the other one at? Wham, bitch, I'm turned out. Wham, bitch, you burnt out. My song's catchy as fuck. One gold, one lock pit, bro. That's the type of shit I'm talking about, bro. You really think I want one gold and one lock pit? Am I supposed to hang with this motherfucker tomorrow? Probably not going to. I don't feel good. Just call it a day. Probably just gonna stream, play tennis on my own time. Where's the other skeleton at? There's usually one more. Oh, there he is. He thinks he's slick. keep hitting me with that whatever. I don't care. Let's go to this location. Let's see what's going on. Bro, I would have went inside of these more, but once I had a fight a Daedroth and there was like 10 of them, I was like, nah, bro, I'm not doing this no more. I got the wrong one, bro. I'm not doing that shit. It's a death sentence.
Must have been the wind. Guess it was nothing.
Fuck that. I'm about to go back. What is this quest? Weak potion of invisibility. Okay, bet. Let's see if I could use this.
Back off! Back off! You'll never take me down. What did you do that?
I just don't know. Is the medicine sustaining Roderick's life?
Let me at least find where he is. I mean, way more than one or two. Yeah, how long is this cut screen? Holy shit. All right, time to take a shower because I'm fucking tired of shit. I gotta take a shower. Yo. You hang out after work? Alright, bet. Okay. Yeah.
Here today. I hope you're all salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today. I hope you're all doing absolutely excellent. Today I'm bringing you my review for Doom the Dark Ages. I played it here on PC, beat the game in about 15 hours or so, and I'm excited to talk about it because this is a game that I've been really looking forward to ever since it was announced, because the last game it produced in Doom Eternal I said was one of the best first-person shooters I had ever played, and that still holds up to this day. There's just that every now and again I get a little itch, I reinstall Doom Eternal, I fire it up and I go, man, this game is great. Now, Doom the Dark Ages was saying a lot of things I really like to hear about Doom. In particular, was that Dark Ages was just about the campaign. It was embracing the single-player component of Doom. I enjoyed 2016's foray into multiplayer. It was classic and enjoyable, but I felt like addition by subtraction was the case here with Dark Ages after battle mode was a thing for Eternal. Not that battle mode was awful, it just felt like that time and energy could have been spent elsewhere. So since the campaigns for Doom have already ruled twice over, I had all the reason to believe that Dark Ages would knock it out of the park, and I think for the most part, they've done a really good job here. How I'd really define my experience with Doom the Dark Ages is that I thought it was good, but I think for a lot of people, this is actually going to be the Doom you're looking for, as I'll break down here. I think this Doom is more in line with 2016's and is definitely more accessible, where if you felt like the sort of race car, fighter jet policies of Doom Eternal were a little too much, a little difficult to get into, I got smushed by that game, so I get it, then this game will be much more up your alley, and that may be music to your ears. However, if you are a Doom Eternal diehard like me, it's not that we wanted Eternal again. We could already tell from the first gameplay trailer, there were dragons and mechs and whatnot, that Doom the Dark Ages was going to be very different, and it was very transparent, talking about monster trucks and being a tank and kind of barreling over your enemies, and that's the gameplay design here. But just because they achieved that design doesn't mean it's going to feel good, and I think for those of you who like those feelings you got from Eternal, you may be searching for why you might not feel the same in the case of Dark Ages. Again, good game, but it missed the greatness for me this time around, as I'll break down. If you're new here, you're into day one reviews, consider subscribing. I want to open up with the presentation. Easily one of my favorite parts of this game. This is just spectacle that is second to none. The way cutscenes are shot honestly reminded me of Bungie's era of Halo. In particular, some shots I think were very direct callbacks that I looked at and went, you know what? I can't wait for Halo fans to see some of those there. But also, it's a real testament to things like the lighting, the environmental detail. I mean, the artists responsible for working on these areas are worthy of so much praise. They did so much to achieve what I think is a brilliant world to explore. And the biggest difference here between Doom the Dark Ages and Eternal is Eternal had these vistas, these overlooks where you went, man, the architecture, the lighting, the colors, everything's working together really well here to create this sweet visual palette. But a lot of it was not something you could explore or feel like you were in once you got into that building. In the case of Doom the Dark Ages, many of these levels are broken wide open, and so the things you see, you do get to explore. And so the visuals are a big point of praise for me in this game, because also like Eternal, there are these brief moments where the action slows down and you can really take it in. And sometimes I felt bad zooming by all of the detail. There's one shot, I won't spoil what, but in the final level I looked at and went, geez, man, like they are wicked talented when it comes to environment art, and it shows out again here with Dark Ages. I also think in a lot of ways this is the most badass the Doomslayer has been, not just because of the outfit or the dragons and the mechs he pilots, but it's just his entire demeanor. I think it really captures the anger that the Doomslayer has, just his demeanor, the way he's animated, the way he acts, the way he attacks in these cutscenes. It really just captures him super well. You can feel the character in him despite very little ever being said. Another bit of detail that they've really knocked it out of the park with here is gore. It really respects where you're shooting and what you're shooting with. I mean, there was one point where I was on a turret and I was just raining fire down on some giant demon, and I watched as the chunk of his thigh flew off and I could just literally see the bone underneath. And I went, oh, clearly that's just like deliberate, that's set up. But then I was doing it in combat with my guns and I was shooting different parts of their body and just watching chunks fly off, and it's a gross level of detail, but it really makes the shooting satisfying, and it is just awesome to saw through a lot of these enemies. And to kind of wrap up some thoughts on presentation, they do a really good job with pacing in this game. One of my critiques of Doom 2016 was that I feel like they kind of give you everything that you wanted to play with way too soon. And so the last few missions are spent with that toy box, and it's good game design, but I kind of like the carrot at the end of the stick in these Doom games. Eternal did that very well all the way up until the very end, and I think Doom the Dark Ages also does this very well, where they're always putting something kind of interesting or fun to mess around with when it comes to these levels in Doom the Dark Ages. So yeah, the spectacle and the pacing are really good. And when I open the video versus what I just said, you might have like a lot of questions, like how did we get here? Like, it sounds like you really liked it. Well, let's get a little bit into the history of the Doom franchise, because id Software has gone on record of how they view the movement, shooting, and combat across their games. In 2020, they defined Doom Eternal as a race car or a fighter jet, while 2025's Dark Ages is referred to as a monster truck or an iron tank. And then there's 2016, which after Eternal and Dark Ages is still great, but it definitely feels slow. But I do think this description of the monster truck is entirely accurate when it comes to Dark Ages. While you're still quite fast, I think faster than they actually sold it to you as, much of your time in Dark Ages is going to be spent barreling over your opponents. Perhaps a little too easily, and we'll get to that. But I mean, everything from just locking onto your opponent and just shield rushing gives you so much speed and momentum, but you also plow through like 8 enemies in that window too. Also attached to all of this messaging, though, has been the term stand and fight. The goal of id was to get closer to what traditional Doom was as you wade through projectiles rather than complex weapon swapping and the resource balancing that you found in Doom Eternal. Dark Ages is, as I said earlier, much closer to 2016's Doom, and I do think that'll be music to a lot of people's ears. However, Dark Ages' entire design as a game is much more flat, accessible, and easier. And there's no denying that Eternal was a tough, hardcore, high-skill game.
I haven't seen you in
You
a
can
while.
make Dark Ages that way with plenty of difficulty tweaking.
What
but
you been up to, man?
I beat the game on the second highest difficulty, only dying about 5 times across the 22 total missions. And keep in mind, I need to make this very clear, this is not me doing a subtle flex. I'm not great at these games. Like, I definitely used to play a lot of first-person shooters and used to be very good at them, so there is some affinity for them, but like, Doom Eternal, I got waxed in a lot of times, especially those later missions. I was dying a lot on the standard difficulty. Doom the Dark Ages, even as I continue to tune it up and tune it to be more difficult, isn't nearly as merciless as what you get in Eternal. And again, for a lot of people, this is going to be great. And I didn't need it to be this hardcore challenge, but there is just too long didn't read something to be said here about just how easy this game really is. But the question is, why is it easier? And why does that affect your verdict if you can try to tune the difficulty a little bit to your liking? Well, it comes down to some of the core game design of standing and fighting, which at its heart is pairing. As you've already seen, I imagine, Doom the Dark Ages gives you a shield. It allows you to go full Captain America with a shotgun, though, and that is awesome. However, when you see a green attack pattern coming, you're going to hit the parry button, and even on the highest of difficulties, this window is extremely forgiving. Again, this actually may be music to a lot of people's ears. I've been saying that a lot this video, but that's the thing I'm trying to acknowledge here, is that while it may not fully be the Doom for me, it actually may be the Doom for you, which is why I'm not like, this is bad, man. Because I think of games like Expedition 33 or Sekiro, where it's like, yeah, I like the idea of pairing, but I'm not very good at it, or I'm getting older, my timing's not quite what it used to be. You don't really have to worry about that here, really at all, when it comes to Dark Ages. I found the window, even when it was fully tuned down, to just be extremely forgiving, extremely open. And that's because
the new season of Fallout comes out in December? Bro, that's clutch. I didn't even think it was going to come out this year by the way things were going. That's good-ass news, bro. I'm definitely going to watch that. I'm looking forward to see what they do. I'm pretty sure they're going to drop Fallout 3 Remastered around the same time, or like before or after they have to. It's going to be crazy. When they drop a trailer, hopefully I can react to it or something.
Basically every enemy in this game is going to be slinging green fire attacks at you or green laser attacks at you that you'll be parrying like a madman, to the point where you will sometimes stun lock yourself because of how much you have parried back to back to back to back. It's a lot of parrying. But part of the reason, to my original point, that Doom the Dark Ages is so easy is because despite how many new enemy types they throw at you, and to be clear, there's a lot of enemies, they rarely actually feel varied in how you approach them and how they attack you and how you defend yourself from them, where your game plan is going to alter. You will always parry every enemy in the game. Any common demon, any boss, yes, even the final boss, which was extremely underwhelming, might I add, anyone. It is flat across the entirety of the campaign. So with seldom new attack patterns and the same response from me, which is just timing a very, very accessible parry button, no single enemy threw me anything that forced me to evolve my pattern. And by the 6th chapter in the game, I was in cruise control. And by the end of the game, while I was entertained, it's just a fun shooter at the end of the day, my eyes had kind of glazed over as the model had more than worn out its welcome with little to really evolve it. And perhaps what made me feel sad is when I realized why that was the case, and it was because I feel the weapon wheel wasn't as embraced with the enemy design here. So if you've played Eternal, I'm going to remind you of some things, but if you haven't, basically Doom Eternal allowed you to swap to different weapons that would allow you to exploit certain enemy weaknesses or have different physical traits on these enemies that if you targeted would make your life less of a living hell. So small example, the Kako Demon floating around, you take out the shotgun, the alternate attack shoots a grenade in their mouth. This is a quick way to put them in a state where you can finish them off with a glory kill. Or there were those robotic demons with spider tails that shot lasers at you. If you shot the laser tail, that would completely incapacitate them and allow you to take them out a little bit easier. And there were certain weapons that shredded through that easier than others, so you'd be swapping to that. Or another example are the pinkies. They'd run at you, and it didn't matter what weapon you had to shoot them from behind. So it changed how you navigated all these combat scenarios when they threw all 3 of these at you at once. All those levels of engagement are gone from Doom the Dark Ages in exchange for what I call a much more flat level of accessibility and approach to the combat. So instead of embracing weapon exposing weaknesses, Doom the Dark Ages opts for an armor system on their enemies that
it's coming to a sad halt. But I do think this recent drop was crazy. I need to get on it and play it. I've heard a lot of good things about it. One of my friends just be playing it a lot. I might actually play this if it's for, I don't know if it's P5. It might be Xbox exclusive. But yeah, it does suck though. It's like the end of the story. I do know though, I think it's Dishonored 3. I think Dishonored 3 is coming out like before Elder Scrolls 6. I hope it does. That'd be crazy. Dishonored 3.
Requires you to lay on firepower of any choosing before you bounce your shield off of them and break said armor. But don't get that too confused with like spongy enemies. I think the actual enemy health was balanced really well, but again, it just means you kind of approach Doom the Dark Ages enemies the same as from start to finish. The other element that they embrace until the very end with its combat are what are called morale fights. So these battles, you'll see a health bar and a shield bar at the top of the screen. The leader of these enemies is literally invincible until you kill everyone around them. So as you kill everyone, you're going to see this blue meter beneath the health bar lower. And I do think this is a totally fine system because it's fun at first. You navigate these combat arenas and you're basically avoiding these enemies like the plague and trying to make sure you take everyone else out around them. But they do it like constantly, and they do it to a point where even by the final mission, I'm like, oh my god, again? Like there's nothing new here. And I think it does speak a little bit to some of the plain mission design in the game. Like, it's usually getting 2 or 3 keys. And Doom 2016 and Eternal were very straightforward as well in their mission design too. So again, that's fine with me, but it's why, as I'm trying to unpack for you all here, the enemy design and the variety are clearly the key elements for me that I found to be missing in certain components of Dark Ages, which did take it from that great area down to the good area. The thing Dark Ages tries to do in a self-aware move to provide variety are the dragons and the mech fights. Now, back to what I talked about with spectacle and presentation, absolutely epic and awe-inspiring. There is that feeling of power when you are just flying your dragon through some of these areas and dogfighting with other demon ships. It's really cool. But the heart of the dragon missions is always going to be locking on in these kind of weird dodging mini games as you take out these shielded parts of the ship, and very similar to the parry system of the combat on the ground, the dragon combat embraces that a lot as well. So no like special moves or any takedowns or anything like that. Instead, it's just locking on to parts of a ship, and when they start shooting at you, you dodge in a particular direction, and that supercharges your attacks, and then you take out that part of the ship a little bit quicker, and you rinse and repeat that until the ship lands, and then you land on the ship and go on foot. And so it just, I don't know, it just, again, feels like it's flat, right? And by flat, I don't mean like literally my emotions are flat, but the design of the game, even down to the dragons, was flat. In the mechs, it's very cool, and I think they balanced the timing of the mechs much better because you spend less time in them, and they're usually there to punctuate big story moments, but it also does come down to dodging, which is the same as the parry system, and the windows for both the dodging in the dragon and the mech are more forgiving than the parrying when your gun's out. So if I'm already talking about a very forgiving window, can you imagine what it's like for dodging in the mech? It's insane, but it's a lot of hand-to-hand combat. Again, very cool presentation. The sound design is incredible as you're like punching through these enemies and you hear like, I gotta know what the sound design team at id was doing to make these sorts of crazy, like crunchy, gooey, squishy, nasty sounds as you're like literally punching metal on bone and flesh and just knocking off pieces of their body with it. It's very cool, very empowering, very Transformers even, or kind of like a Megazord in Power Rangers. It's awesome. Again, just what a cool game to be able to say, like, you're basically Captain America with a shotgun, you can ride a dragon and get in a mech. I just wish, at least in these instances, the mechanics of how you approach these enemies, again, on a defensive option, is just a little touch different because, again, it does rob a lot of the joy that I think it could provide if different mechanics or enemies were embraced in an interesting way. But it's really just parrying in an armor system. The combat economy has been varied up a little bit in Doom the Dark Ages as well. Part of the design goal, for those who don't know, with Dark Ages was to bring it more in line with OG Doom, like Doom 1, Doom 2, 64, those types of games. And I think they've really succeeded with that because this is a more pickup-oriented game. Instead of using your chainsaw for ammo or to get some armor back, you'll use the fire belch, or some glory kills will get you some health back. Doom the Dark Ages is like, hey, you kill an enemy, they're going to pop some health out. You want to pop the armor on a bunch of guys holding shields, that's going to give you some armor back. Or most of the time, you're going to be running around looking for pickups as you would back in those older Doom games. I think this works. I think it's fun. I think it's arcadey. I think it speaks to the heritage of the series. It does, again, lower that complexity a bit, but I think here is where it connects well with the design. If you're going for more of that old school Doom vibe, making it based more around pickups, more boomer shooter-like, was a good choice. And I did enjoy that a bit, even if it, again, sacrificed some of the complexity of the enemy design. At least here, it made more sense to me. What didn't really make sense to me, though, is no glory kills. So I read up about this and I was like, why did they remove this? This was like a staple since 2016 when they reintroduced it. This has been the id Software flavor, and they described in an interview that this was done to keep your momentum in combat by tying it to the game's melee system. So you'll get multiple melee weapons in Doom the Dark Ages, from your fist to a flail to something else I won't spoil for you. That's pretty cool. And the idea was that this would just keep you moving, keep you going. And I personally never really felt this way. I don't feel like their reasoning was justified upon completion of the game, because I still was attacking enemies until I saw part of their body highlighted. Now it's like in a more maroon color. I would then press the melee button. There would be an animation that would occur that would allow me to like chop off their arm or take them out. But instead it just looked worse. Not as epic is the best way to describe it, where it's just a boot for everyone. You just see the Doom guy's foot just come out and pop, just kicks him right on their butt. That was really it. So I don't feel like the removal of glory kills was justified here. If it did maintain that momentum, I think that would be totally fine with me at the end of the day, because there is a fair argument to be made that glory kills are these glorified QTE events, and while I think they're epic, I understand where people are coming from with that. So it's not just like me sitting here going, man, I wish there was just like these gore finishers. I want more of that. It's just like, if the trade-off was to give you more momentum, I don't feel like I saw that here. And I just think it would have been better off bringing the glory kills back, because it didn't feel like the timing was different really at all. One thing that does improve the stand and fight gameplay design is how shield runes come into play. This is much later in the game.
I just popped every part of my body to this shit. I just realized when I checked back on the thing, I'm like, bro, I was popping my back. That shit looked like I was digging in my ass or some shit. That's crazy. I like rechecked and I'm like, yo, that shit look dead ass. Like I was like shoving it up there. You feel me? It's crazy.
Game, but basically these are going to be defensive options that proc, if that's the best term to use, as you defend against particular types of attacks. Like there's an auto turret you can get that if you deflect a projectile that you can parry coming your way, a turret will come out, and this thing, like, the game was already easy, but oh my gosh, with this thing, it just mows down enemies for you. It's insane how easy it is, but it does give you offensive options on defense, and I think one of the better choices that they could have made with this game was giving you that a little bit earlier, because stand and fight sometimes, as I mentioned earlier, not even sometimes, oftentimes, stun locks you where you're stopping shooting and moving in a Doom game, and it's a different feel for sure. Again, one that I think a lot of people get down with, but for me, it felt more interruptive. Another thing they evolved from Eternal that I actually did like here is the upgrade system. So you can upgrade your guns, you can upgrade your shield, you can upgrade your melee weapons, and I think some of the upgrades they do add in here are really cool. Speaking about Halo inspiration, they have a weapon called the Shredder, which literally shoots spikes into your enemies, and then there is an upgrade you can get that basically turns it into the Needler, where as you load them with shots from the Shredder, they'll change a color, and if you throw your shield at them, it'll literally blow up and the spikes will go out and hit other enemies nearby. Again, reminding me exactly of the Needler from Halo, where you load them with the needles, and if they're all in there, it creates an explosion. It was just a really cool weapon upgrade there. My favorite was the Cycler, which basically turned into this like Ratchet and Clank chain lightning-esque weapon, where one kill just started to chain to one to the other, and the sound effects as they explode with electricity was really good. There are two classes for each type of weapon, and you'll eventually cozy up to your favorite, which I think was also a pretty fun change to make. It was different, definitely, from Eternal, but I think in a good way. Where Eternal made you get comfortable with everything, Doom the Dark Ages does let you just cozy up with your favorite weapon. Like, that Cycler, that thing was on repeat for like the entire second half of the playthrough, and I was totally content with it. So there are some positive elements that come from the stand and fight game design. Overall, I don't think it's as good as Eternal, but still an entertaining time. It's just that I think if you're an Eternal diehard, I hope I articulated well here where I think you might trip up a little bit. Last thing I'm going to get into, which is kind of weird to say, but last thing I'm going to get into is the story. I know, feel free to wave this one away, but I get if you don't give a damn, but it looks like it actually gave a damn with this, and I think they've always cared. If you look at their codex in 2016 or Eternal, there was a level of like, we have lore and we care about it. We want to retain it. We want to make sure you know what is canon. But Doom the Dark Ages has like a serious dedication to its story, and its missions are all interconnected. Like one after the other connects to the other, and the cutscenes are sort of the conduit between these. And there's a lot of characters speaking during missions because, as I mentioned earlier, there's a sense of openness instead of linearity. like something in Doom Eternal. And so as you're roaming these areas, you'll hear a little bit of chatter over the comms. Not so much that it's distracting. The game is very self-aware. Like, you'll finish an objective and they get one line. That's all they get many times. There's one line. But that sense of openness does open up kind of moments of conversation or talking or filling in some of the gaps to what is happening in the story, or like why you're doing what you're doing. So again, there is a whole new set of attention on the production values of the story here that I feel like, yeah, it's not just brief snippets, and I should talk about it. So the story of Doom: The Dark Ages is set before Doom 2016 and focuses on a war between the Sentinels and the demons of hell. And if there's any way I can describe this story, because I don't have anything to say about any of its like characters or whatever, it's very Evil Within. Like Evil Within is such an acid trip, and it's somewhere in the area of like, I think I know what's going on here, but also I don't know what the hell's going on here. I'm just kind of enjoying the ride. And I think Doom: The Dark Ages, especially the last chunk of its story, is really in that crazy pocket. So the campaign for many people is just going to be this vehicle that gets you from crazy location to crazy location, mission to mission. But given the amount of characters, their supposed importance, the stakes of this war, how a lot of this is the origins of the Doomslayer leading into 2016, I kind of thought the story would be told better. You're not going to get like a BJ Blazkowicz moment like you did with Wolfenstein when it first came back through Machine Games. You're like, wait, I care about BJ now? What's going on here? I wasn't expecting that by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think Doom: The Dark Ages, for a about 15-hour campaign that they called their biggest Doom game yet, did miss an opportunity to bring people in with a little bit more of a tighter, cohesive narrative that didn't just serve as a what I call a mission conduit. So accompanying this story is a soundtrack not composed by Mick Gordon, and sadly you can tell, you know, this is a step down in my opinion. It is still Doom feeling, but by I'd say the midpoint in the game, all the tracks kind of blend together and sound very similar, and there aren't these really standout exclamation point moments where you're like, oh, this is a big battle. You never really get that vibe in my experience. And so there you have it, Doom: The Dark Ages. I think it's a really good game in a lot of areas, and a lot of my problems I recognize aren't going to be your problems. I think for a lot of people out there who are Eternal diehards, you might want to tread a little carefully here. But if what I said sounds really good to you, then this isn't something that you should hesitate to pick up. I mean, the PC optimization in my experience was fantastic. This ran buttery smooth. I played it on Ultra, did not have a single hiccup in frame rate. Like, just a perfect experience on a technical level. I also didn't encounter any bugs. Like, it's really well polished. Like, they've done a really good job putting this game together. I just wish I liked the game design a little bit more, but it's not like it's bad or anything, so I don't want anyone to get that idea. Just a game that I wish I could love a little bit more, but still happy I spent some time with it. I was entertained, but I know after Eternal that there's more from id to give me than just I was entertained. So there are my thoughts on Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm looking forward to getting yours down below. Fire away. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I will see you in the next video. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
That was long as hell.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today. I hope you're all doing absolutely excellent. Today, we're gathering to talk about a subject near and dear to my heart, and that is physical games. I was just at PAX East, and they had, of course, the limited run games booth. I picked up Metal Slug Tactics for my Switch. I also picked up Star Wars Bounty Hunter, childhood classic on PS5, and then I might be a Star Wars fan because I also got Dark Forces Remastered, and this is in the VCR case. Really cool, awesome game. But nonetheless, as you can tell by the background of my recent pickups, I adore physical games. However, the writing has been on the wall for a while now that physical games are on the way out. And 2025 has been what I kind of define as the shove year. Like, this is the year companies are really putting their chests out and pushing a lot of physical gamers into buying things digitally. But again, if you look at the stats of any calendar year sales, you'll see not only digital gaming has continuously grown, but it's outnumbered physical games pretty heavily for a while. There was an argument to originally be made that there were enough physical game purchasers that companies walking away from it could risk losing some money, and gamers are stubborn and adamant enough, guilty as charged, to not buy stuff until a physical release comes around. Especially if I hear a company that released something digitally start talking like, yeah, we might do a physical copy soon. I'll wait it out. And many gamers are patient, especially in a day of just content saturation. There's so many options out there. I can wait a year until your physical copy is ready or the port I'm waiting for is ready. That's kind of the world that we live in. But we've lost some ground, and we're going to talk a bit about that today across some Bethesda games like Doom and Indiana Jones, and sort of how they're making a little bit of noise in the physical games community. But we're also going to talk a bit about Nintendo Switch 2 and the game keycard situation, which I did highlight a bit on Retro Rebound in a separate conversation video, because we do so much physical game stuff over there. It felt like a good fit. But the situation has evolved a bit. I want to talk about that as well. So if you're new here and you're into what's going on in the games industry, consider subscribing, and also welcome. I want to start off with Doom the Dark Ages because this broke a little bit before the review embargo. It said the entire game in the physical PS5 version must be downloaded from the internet, according to gaming leaks and rumors, because some people were getting their physical copies of Doom a bit early. Does It Play then covered it and wrote on their website that only 85 megabytes are present on the disc, and when trying to launch the game, you'll be asked to update online and basically download the entire build, which was tested by a community report. If you've been on the Xbox side of things for a while, this is pretty standard for you, but this is starting to circle around a little bit more and get a lot more traction because Xbox games are coming to other platforms. And of course, Doom has always been multi-platform, but now we're starting to see with that Xbox attachment what this could mean for the conversation a bit. It's no surprise that games under the Xbox banner are walking away from physical games. I mean, I take, for example, even their most high-profile games, like a Starfield. Whether you love it or hate it, game sold really well, had a ton of pre-orders going into its launch, ton of hype going into its launch. I bought the premium edition, and guess what it came with, as I've shown before? This cred stick here, which has a download code on the back. Not exact, I mean, I'm like, is that cheaper? Because, you know, obviously we'll talk about it in a little bit, but like, you know, physical games not being printed saves a lot of money, but it's like, is that really cheaper to make like a legitimately metal cred stick instead of just giving me the game with the data on the disc? I don't know. But this has been Xbox's way for a while, and it's pretty unsurprising when you look at the state of their platform. They're pushing a lot of digital things. I think, of course, of Game Pass first and foremost. And so it makes sense with the medium that they're trying to build that they kind of shove you into the digital space. But also, Xbox has always been a bit of a Band-Aid ripper. Like, when they start to see the writing on the wall, they head in that direction and they commit very hard. Just like we saw with their massive price changes. Like, they just commit very hard. Like, oh, $80 for most games moving forward. Or, hey, we're going multi-platform. They rip that Band-Aid off with that podcast. So that's just how Xbox does things. But it's starting to gain more traction because, as I've talked about before, physical games are coming over to PlayStation 5, and now PlayStation fans who otherwise would not have touched these Xbox games are trying to pick them up and learning that Xbox isn't doing what they're used to a little bit from certain games with PlayStation. For example, when Spider-Man 2 was coming out, Insomniac put out a whole statement on social media saying how, yeah, this is going to be all of the game data on the disc. Like, we strongly believe in preservation. And guess what? That got a physical game purchase out of me. But I sort of use myself as a bit of a gauge for a lot of the physical games community because I am very passionate about it. And like you noticed here, like I have 2 PlayStation games and a Switch game. I don't really buy physically for Xbox anymore because they have completely alienated consumers like me. And I know as a host of Defining Duke, I've been told that's forbidden, but I'm a gamer first. I don't give a shit. So myself and many others who pay attention to Xbox news are unsurprised by this, but you move over to Indiana Jones. Does It Play covers it again, saying confirmation that Indiana Jones on PS5 is indeed physical fraud. That's a great term. Only 20 gigabytes of data on there. At least that's a little bit more than the 80-ish megabytes. Mandatory update, another great example of how Microsoft values the physical game format. And so, yeah, again, the writing's been on the wall for a while. I think anyone outraged by this, it's not even me trying to defend Xbox, just anyone outraged by it, it's like, we've known about this for a what, like 4, maybe even 5 years that Xbox has been pivoting. And so I feel like the time to adjust where you pick up your games has been there for a while. And Xbox just, they're not going back, right? Like they're already, you know, we don't know what's going to happen with their console even. You think they're going to start making consoles with disk drives? They're going to try to lower that console price wherever they can. So yeah, in Indiana Jones, Doom, great examples of where physical games are going. But where it gets really interesting and again starts to spread the conversation further is Nintendo. Because with the Nintendo Switch 2, a lot of people were surprised with Nintendo's push for digital games. But I think, again, people weren't paying close attention to titles like Wolfenstein 2 and many others, which did arrive with their own version of a game key card. Like, you just bought the physical game and you download it, or you bought just a download voucher inside a plastic case. It was a total waste of materials, but that did exist pretty often during the Switch 1 generation. But now, because Nintendo has put a term on it, number one, but also because a lot of games are doing it, number two, it's brought a lot of attention to the physical games conversation over on Switch 2. So Necro Felipe was covering a data leak from Arc System Works, and one piece of information came out about physical games. They write in a translated post from Portuguese on Twitter, thanks to leaks from Arc System Works, only 3 types of formats have been found to be available for games planned for Switch 2. Download game only, cartridge with full game, which is only 64 gigabytes, and Potion as a tag/code name for a key card format. Now, one of the first questions that came to people's mind, and I don't think there's like a really good answer for it other than, you know, it's just like select games will do it. But Nintendo with 64 gigabytes and games getting much, much bigger than even when you try to optimize and condense for the Switch 2, it's a lot easier for games just to release digitally and not focus too much on file compression and optimization. So a lot of these games that could release and be on store shelves physically for Switch 2 will just be game key cards. I think where the conversation really ramps up to a place of a head scratcher is when you look at this confirmed list from Nintendo Life of officially confirmed Nintendo Switch 2 game key card releases. And there are titles on here like Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S. You have Bravely Default, the HD remaster for the first game. You have on here Raidou Remastered, The Mystery of the Soulless Army, which I believe is like a PS2 game that got remastered. Even smaller modern games like Sonic X Shadow Generations, which don't run very high in file size, are here as game card releases. You have visual novel style games like No Sleep for Kaname Date also releasing digitally. In Japan, they also have their own exclusive game key card releases, such as Kunitsugami. You have Nobunaga's Ambition, Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster, East 10 Proud Nordiques. And I think what gives me the biggest laugh out of all of this is that somehow Cyberpunk 2077, which a game, by the way, with all of its DLC included, has found a way to be a physical game. Like, that's such a W for CD Projekt Red. Like, all these other games have every reason to release physically, at least in the terms of file size, but CD Projekt Red finds a way. Now, obviously, it's a double-edged sword with digital games because many of us love indie games or AA games. And what this allows them to do when they release digitally only is you basically get to slash a lot of the budget that would go to producing physical copies, right? The cartridge, the case, any sort of slips you want to put in it. Like, that's why a lot of companies walked away from manuals, because of the cost of ink, the cost of printing, and then repeating that for hundreds of thousands, millions of copies. There were just a lot of ways to maximize the amount of money you make on your video games. And now you see how games are barely crawling by nowadays, releasing hardly anything in physical, so they're limiting all the costs there and doing most sales digitally, and games are still barely performing well enough. Again, it's almost like the economy of the games industry is quite broken, and it's not just sale prices for games, but rather the budget of them that is the problem. But that's a separate video into itself. As I was saying, though, the double-edged sword for the indies and the AA is they get an opportunity to hit the market and be competitive, because given the industry is just increasingly more and more digital, what it allows companies to do is, I think Power World's a good example, where through just exposure and word of mouth, videos, articles, that game reaches the height beyond many AAA games with their mass marketing campaigns. The industry is a crazy beast like that. And in a lot of ways, it's a very even playing field. If you make something super unique that catches on to a particular niche and people start talking about it, it's just a snowball effect. Now, as I've said many times in the past, the difference is the snowball can also happen in a very negative way, where like once the conversation gets off track, as we've seen with many an example before, it just goes and goes and builds, and there's no real stopping it. Nonetheless, the simple answer is this just makes companies the most money. And while there are many games I hold out for on physical, and I'll always be patient because there's a lot of content there, it's really disappointing still to see. Even if I look at the stats and I go, okay, we're in like the 10 percentile now. Most people are buying things digitally. I do think the numbers get skewed a little bit because it's usually talking broadly about games. And when you look at like how much PC gaming has grown with Steam, I think that does move the bar in favor of digital games heavily, because that's just where a lot of people are buying things. But a lot of the consoles could be a bit more split favorably to physical game bros and sisters out there. But right when they stop putting, manuals inside of game boxes and really start making them thin by the end of the Xbox 360 PS3 generation, where you'd get like the warnings, the health warnings on the inside, like a single paper or something like that. When they started doing that, that's when I started to get really annoyed, because I'm like, dude, what is this? Like, the manual is such a big part of the experience. So I always worry with the loss of physical games that you do lose a part of the essence of gaming. Like, will there be a generation that doesn't know about how awesome it was to have that car ride home with the physical game? Will there be a generation that doesn't know the beauty of a midnight release because everyone's buying everything off their computers? And like, guilty as charged, there's just times where that sort of thing is convenient for me, like games I've reviewed. Like, there was a time where review copies used to come in the mail. I remember Ubisoft sending me in the mail for PS3, I believe it was, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and like it came via like a envelope in the mail, and like now all review codes are digitally. So the industry has shifted in a lot of ways considerably, but it just makes me sad to see, and I wanted to talk about it and get off my chest. So let me know how you're feeling about this physical game situation, ladies and gentlemen. I am eager to get your thoughts. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I will see you in the next video. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and we have some most delectable news to get into today. Indeed, we have a massive update on the Fallout TV show. Not only are we getting Season 2 this year... What? Season 2 this year. Season 3 got greenlit, and we have an idea of just how many seasons to expect overall from the Fallout TV show, and there's a lot more Fallout on the way. So I'm naturally in a great mood. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to sit down, break it all down here, because we also got a teaser trailer for Season 2. And where might we see more? We will discuss that. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. All of my fellow Fallout freaks. If you're new here, you're into Fallout, consider subscribing. All right, let's begin with just how this all mounted up so quickly. So on May 8th, we learned that Season 2 had wrapped production. We saw all of the main actors and actresses of the show making their Instagram posts and their tweets and all that stuff saying like Season 2's done, but then the Fallout on Prime.
I'm like fidgeting with my finger. My finger like feels broken, so I'm trying to pop it back into place. Like a fuck. I'm gonna give it like 2 more weeks. So my dad told me, he was like, yeah, just give it a week or 2, and then after that, if it's still bad, we'll go to the doctor. Like, bro, I'm pretty sure it's fucking too late by that point, bro. Pretty sure by the time we go to the doctor, it's gonna be too late. It's gonna be 4 weeks in. It's gonna be over with.
Twitter account officially confirmed that Season 2 had wrapped production. So when I saw that, I went, all right, we'll see you in like 2026 probably. No, it's actually happening this year in December. Now, this may be a little bit of a sneak attack for people, myself included, but this is what they've been saying since an interview in June by Variety with 2 of the show's writers. They joked about having hundreds of seasons, they write here, but what is your ideal number? And they talk about here, given the success of the show, 5 is suddenly feeling a little more appealing, but the industry is a temperamental thing, and we kind of have to go to each season thinking it's our last. But the way they accelerated things was also a bit telegraphed to us. They said, you're moving production from New York to California for the 2nd season. How will that impact things? They say, I think the audience is going to find a lack of strain on the personal lives palpable. I feel like it's going to be relatively smooth sailing because we have such great desert right here in California. We're going to be scouting locations we can literally drive to from the writing room, and also less gray skies because they were filming in New York, so they had to film in the summer and part of the winter, and some of those exteriors, the dark gray skies, were just not as beautiful, and so some of the filmmaking then came to Southern California in turn for Fallout Season 2.
That's gonna be perfect.
So I think given the setting of season 2, of course, being focusing around New Vegas, it being set in California. This show was able to be shot way, way quicker, and things just worked out really well, where they also talked a lot about how, like, the story was pedal to the metal. They say here, like, when are we going to see the next season? They talked about late 25, 26, and Wagner said, we are going as fast as we possibly can. We've got a lot of the heavy lifting done from season 1 already. We have sets, assets, visual effects that are already done. We are going to be pedal to the metal to get season 2 out as fast as humanly possible.
That whole rhyme, bro. We have sets, assets, visual effects.
And I imagine this is to Amazon's best interest, because a lot of their popular shows are renewing right now, if you will, right? Like, we're waiting on the final season of The Boys. But there's a lot of shows that are kind of pending, so no doubt Amazon wants Fallout Season 2 ASAP, especially because they gave the whole season out at once. I don't know yet, but I anticipate that this show in Season 2 will at least drop in waves of some kind. If they're like 3-episode batches maybe, or maybe even just week to week. You know, if you look at what The Boys did, they dropped a couple episodes at first, and then they did week to week. And I can see Fallout doing a similar thing, because I don't think anybody knew, even the biggest of fans of Fallout like myself, knew how big the show would become, as we'll go over a couple of stats later. But this was then reinforced by Aaron Moten in a recent interview. He's the actor behind Maximus, for those who don't remember, but he was asked, like, how many seasons do we have? And he talked about the showrunners still planning for 5 or 6. We're still in that ballpark, but they want to take it season by season. The other thing he confirmed in this, and I think as to be expected, is the Deathclaw is coming in season 2. Which, again, given the setting, the Deathclaw skull at the very tail
they have to, bro.
of the
They
credits
don't.
of season 1, I think we all expected that he would make his appearance. But I think one of the greatest miracles about season 1 was how little they did lean into parts of the Fallout mythos that have yet to come, that I think are going to elevate season 2. So very exciting, but a little bit of background information on how we got here so quickly, because I'll be the first to admit I know jack diddly do about TV production and movie production and how quickly things can move. But after we got such a phenomenal season 1, I was like, look, I'm almost a little scared knowing it's arriving so quickly. I'm like, we're a little bit like year and a half, and you've already filmed, edited. Like, is the story going to be as good? So I'm excited. At the same time, I have to say, because it's moved so fast, I'm just a little bit skeptical, which I think is a healthy area to be in right now. So the other interesting news with season 2 is that they renewed it, as reported here by Variety, for season 3 ahead of season 2 even premiering in December. They write here, Prime Video has renewed the hit video game series for season 3 ahead of the season 2 premiere this December. Season 2 will pick up in the aftermath of season 1's epic finale and take audiences along for a journey through the wasteland of the Mojave to the post-apocalyptic city of New Vegas. To date, more than 100 million viewers have watched season 1, putting it in the top 3 Prime Video titles ever. So there were the stats I was referencing earlier, but they're expecting this thing to do big numbers again. Can season 2 surpass season 1? That'll be interesting to see, because I think a lot of things just worked in its favor. Like, I think it helps out a lot having all those episodes out at once. It really depends, I think, on how Amazon wants to pace the release of things. But yeah, December, this is really exciting. At the same time, like, December is usually when I personally take a little bit of time off. So if they're doing week-to-week releases in December, are we going to get like a little Christmas season sort of Fallout going on? I mean, that would be awesome. But what a great holiday treat, no doubt. At the same time, though, like, that's usually when I take time off, so I might have to just, I will absolutely reorganize my content plans completely for this show, because I am just so excited to see more. And again, knowing that season 3 is on the horizon and they've already wrapped season 2, they have to release it, and I imagine they're already working on the writing of season 3. This seems like we could get season 3 by mid-2027 based on the timeline that we just saw between season 1 and 2. And that's crazy to think about, but I guess just as gamers, we're accustomed to waiting like a millennium for literally everything we're excited about.
It should not be like that. I'm glad it's like this now.
We also got a brand new teaser trailer for Fallout Season 2. And it's a snippet, but it's just the word of the video. It's delectable. It's absolutely delicious. We see it open up with a little bit of a Las Vegas sign. 50 miles away, you see Lucy and the Ghoul are traveling together. As we learned by the end of season 1, they were going to be on the journey together. So they're traveling along, and then you see New Vegas, and you even see like a little canyon kind of rippling through, which I thought was a little bit interesting there, but looks ripped straight out of the game, which is a lot of what I think Fallout as the TV show in season 1 did really, really well. Was there's so many different assets, even down to the jumpsuits that vault dwellers would wear, the stim packs, all the props, and even here the shots from the game. Like I'm in the middle of a replay of New Vegas that I paused because I had to review a few things, but I like am looking at this shot where they're just approaching New Vegas, thinking to myself, like, I've literally seen that a million times before. So again, really capturing the essence of the game. Just seeing this, I'm tremendously excited. Obviously, all of my real concerns, if I have any, as I've talked about, really boil down to like the story, you know, where it's going to go. Of course, there were a couple of like lore hiccups that we had to discuss and sort of iron out and give them time to see how they answer those questions in season 2, because I think if they provide the right answers, there are no lore issues whatsoever when it comes to Fallout season 1. But given that they're afraid to give a canon ending to New Vegas, that's where I'm like, how are you going to dance around this when they're literally walking directly to New Vegas, and Mr. House is a main character in the pre-war segments, and like, how do we come about that? So that's really exciting unto itself. The other question is, where's season 3 going to take place? Because like now we're visiting popular Fallout locale. Like Fallout season 1 reminded me of like the original Fallouts, which I really deeply respected Bethesda and Amazon for doing, because I think it was really easy to lean into East Coast Fallout. Then you travel to New Vegas. You really give the fans what they want. So does East Coast Fallout come in season 3? And I say that because, look, let's combine these worlds for a moment here. We know there's a leak for Fallout 3 Remaster, and we know it's coming about 2 or 3 years after the release of Oblivion Remastered. That's thanks to the FTC document. That's thanks to Nate the Hate. So we have a general idea of where it's arriving, and let's say it's in that 2-year pocket. You can get the Fallout 3 Remaster, and season 3 is going to the East Coast, and that's arriving in like a year and a half, 2-ish years. I mean, the stars really align here. I think we'll see more, though, and get a better idea of like what season 2 is really going to feature on Fallout Day. So last October, October 23rd, the Great War Day in the Fallout universe, Bethesda finally celebrated. And a lot of it was based around Fallout 76, but this was like a huge win for the Fallout community in just that Bethesda was acknowledging it. Like the existence of the event meant really good things for the Fallout franchise, because as someone who's been a part of that speculation train for the Fallout franchise for over a decade, a lot of us always look to like October 23rd for Bethesda to do something. Like they put out a tweet or whatever, but like a stream, like the franchise is big enough, and now it's got so many irons in the fire. Like it's at a place now where you could hold an annual stream and be like, here's what we're doing that's new with the Fallout franchise. I feel like this year, just given that we know the new season is coming out in December, that famous last words, you could kind of lock in the idea that you'll see something with season 2 during the Fallout Day stream. I think this would bring a lot of eyes to that stream, and especially if you're like synchronizing 76 updates or other additional Fallout content around that time, that'd be really cool. This is me being a complete dork, so bear with me, but one thing I'm really hoping, of course we want the obvious things at these Fallout Day streams, like, oh, you know, Fallout 3 Remastered, be sick to see, or like something involving games, but I have been begging Bethesda to do like Fallout books, Fallout comics. I don't know why this is untapped. I respect being careful with things, but like I think Fallout books would be, I'd be all over it. Like Star Wars has a million books and I love reading those. Halo has a ton of books and I remember reading those as a kid. I do feel like Fallout, now that it's just so unbelievably mainstream, it's at a point where like I feel you got to start just like the general demand of like Microsoft and owning Fallout. Like that's just cash money right there. So I feel like we're going to see beyond the toys and the merch, maybe more expanded material. That would make me personally really happy. I would be totally all in on Fallout books, because again, they you know, I look at Star Wars as an example of how they can like set up important parts of the universe, right? Now, in the case of Star Wars, the most recent example we have was horribly executed. You had the High Republic that was introduced through the books like Light of the Jedi, which I thought was a great book. And then it went into the Dark, which I thought was okay. But overall, these books set up a new universe in Star Wars. The High Republic was this like golden era of Star Wars. And I think it was a really interesting idea because it was a little bit of a hybrid of like modern Star Wars alongside like Old Republic vibes without tampering with what makes Old Republic great. And so I think it was like a great idea. Then the big screen portion of it came into play. That was with the Acolyte. Obviously, that didn't do all too well. So the plan was a good idea. And Star Wars has done that before. So I just feel like Fallout could do some interesting things, introduce some interesting ideas, especially how long it takes to get like mainline games or even spin-offs. Like it would be cool just to see like what's happening in the Fallout universe overseas, or like what's happening in the Fallout universe in like New York, or just answer some questions. And then, you know, when you're making the games, you can lean into the books a little bit in a healthy way. You know, you don't have to like completely fall in line with the book, but I mean, just a little bit of like, oh, this character's over here, you know, that sort of stuff. So I feel like we're getting to that point where the expanded material can happen. But this, what I'm trying to say is this year's Fallout Day stream is absolutely one to watch, because I think that it has a lot of potential for a lot of things that we've been looking for to show up. Do we see the Fallout 3 remaster here? I don't think so. I don't think you see that until Bethesda starts setting up East Coast Fallout, which I think they could totally do with Fallout Season 3. I don't know how we get there, but I also didn't expect them to get to New Vegas in Season 1 and just show that in the final shot. So with all of that in mind, there's just a lot to be excited about here. You know, my overall concern, as I was talking about earlier, does boil down a bit to that story, just because, again, I think the character work was really good. Like, I think that the trio of main characters you have in Maximus and Lucy and the Ghoul all kind of stand as some of the best characters we've ever seen in Fallout, especially the Ghoul. Like, giving the Vault Boy lore, and especially in the front part of the teaser trailer, was Walton Goggins as Cooper Howard doing promotions for everything from Nuka-Cola to the Lucky 38. And just, you can see, again, they're just capturing the essence of the franchise so beautifully. But it always goes back to square one that I talked about. It is always going back to Bethesda doesn't want to pick a canon ending for New Vegas. Until I see Season 2, I'll know how I truly feel, but my early feelings on that, as someone who has not seen Season 2 and I'm just shooting from the outside, is like, I would personally suggest you pick a canon ending, because you're going to have to do it eventually. But the only way I think Bethesda wants to do that is through a mainline game. And that is through likely Fallout 5. And I say that because Fallout 4 has teased so much San Francisco content. They told Obsidian to not wipe San Francisco off the map because they wanted to put a Fallout game there when Obsidian was working on New Vegas. So I feel like since it's in close proximity to everything the Fallout TV show is doing, that maybe you get some answers to New Vegas in the next canonical entry of the Fallout video game series. But that's like half a decade away, 6 years away, 7 years away. I don't know. It's a long ways away. So I just feel like some answers on New Vegas wouldn't hurt the fan base. I think it would be really cool to see. So that dance is, like, sincerely, this is me just being stupid maybe. I just don't know how you do it. I don't know how you go to New Vegas and show New Vegas, but not describe how New Vegas got to this point. Just, it's destroyed now. Maybe that's it. Like, they just know it as New Vegas, and they don't know the hows or whys of it. But I'm like, as a fan, I'm like, is that really fulfilling? So they have the chance to really just blow me away here, because I feel like I'm not seeing something with all of this. But maybe you have some ideas. Nonetheless, that's what's going on with the Fallout franchise right now. A lot to be excited about. We got a Season 3 on the way. Season 2 this December, way sooner than I personally was expecting. Naturally, we'll be reacting to it and talking about it extensively week to week, or the whole season at once come December. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this video, and let me know your thoughts on Fallout Season 2 and 3, as well as the amount of seasons we're getting and the teaser trailer. Just so much to talk about here. Let me know your thoughts down below. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I will see you in the next video.
Stay sexy.
active.
Yep, knew it.
Well,
I knew it.
peace.
I only need 3 videos. I don't need like 5. Let's check this shit. Shit that
Oh, he's hobbling. Oh. It's running that off.
Skimmy.
Can he run that off there? He's still.
Oh. Oh. Twitch is it stream 8 hours in a month, or is it 8 hours in a day? Yeah, 8 hours in a month. It has to be. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Let me pull up this video. I'm about to edit this shit and post it. I'm already in T50. Bro, I'm going crazy. So, let me... I haven't edited a video in like 3 days. Man, I haven't done this shit in a minute. Let me edit. Let me push this shit through. Man, when bitch, don't turn now. Man, when bitch, you burnt out. Am I not pass it out the way? That's what I'm trying to right now. It's been 4 days. I didn't even realize that. It's really been 4 days since I posted a video. That's crazy. Long time no see, but yo, what's up, Brandon? It's been a minute, dude. What you been up to? How you been?
I love you.
Was this T51? I've been busy doing that supervisor position, driving all over Southern California every night. Been good. How you been, bro? Well, that's what's up, dude. I've been chilling. I just hopped on. I just started doing Twitch. That's a goal, though, is next to get Twitch affiliate or something. Do both of them at the same time. But I don't know how Twitch works all the way yet. I have to get used to it. I've been in Oblivion mainly, though. More recently, just Oblivion. Once I seen the remaster, I was like, okay, I gotta hop in. Right now, I'm editing a video, though. I'm editing like 2 or 3 videos. Trying to get these out the way. Yeah, out the way.
Salutations.
Last time I was here, you were setting up your background green screen. Hello, it's been a minute. Yeah, it's been a while. I feel like Is that true? It's really been that long? I feel like you were in here like at least during episode 10 or something. I took a breather on Fallout. You had to be here during like the settlement builds. But yeah, it has been a minute though. It's probably been like damn near a month because I've been playing Oblivion for probably 2-3 weeks now, most likely 3 weeks, and I took like a week hiatus or like almost a week and a half from Fallout. And even while I was playing Fallout, I was like in and out for like the last week because I was trying to change my sleep schedule around, but I was like, nah, I might as well not until I'm like forced to. It feels like there's a reason to do that. Been a solid 2 months. There's no way, bro. It has to be like it had to be like a month and a half or something. Like I think you were here for episode. It's been 1 month. Cause yeah, it's been 2 months since the finale on Fallout 3. Which is crazy though. I was like just saying that though. I was like, damn, where's Brennan at? But I do remember though you were hopping into some supervisor position. Cause I remember I was playing I probably was building an Abernathy settlement or something when we were talking about it. But yeah, it's been a minute. I'm gonna find my list. I have like a list that I like. I'll keep up with it. Nah, I don't have a list. This video's taking forever. Alright, bet it's finally up. Create, upload video. But in between that time though, I moved on to Oblivion. Once Oblivion came out, it was sort of like I had no choice. It was like, bro, I have to like see what's going on with Oblivion because it was just crazy. But I mean, it was a lot though. And then more recently, honestly, like the end of this week, I just hopped on Twitch. I started doing Twitch, but Twitch is like sort of slow. I'm not really like, it's not like it's my second day really on Twitch. But I was like, let me hop into something like that real quick. Let's get this shit going. Wait, how much is my? Nah, there's no way. Damn, I don't even have that much gigabytes left. I'm gonna have to like delete some shit. My PC, that's crazy. My younger daughter turned 3, started school. My wife quit her job to focus on school, so I'm the only one working. Also recently switched fully to PC gaming now, no more Xbox. Yeah, that's what's up, bro. Xbox is damn near a PC. I wonder if you could download OBS on Xbox. I mean, I know they have Steam and shit, which is crazy, bro. Just like you could just run OBS on a fucking Xbox. Bro, Xbox is probably gonna beat. I mean, I think the Xbox Prime is gonna release within like a year or two or something. So it's definitely gonna beat the PS5 for sure. PS5 is not gonna do shit comparably, or the PS6 or whatever. Monetization on. Damn. So now that I think about it, Yeah, you've been going so long that I think like you probably missed that. I've been posting videos too. I just started posting videos not like too crazy long ago. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I've been posting videos since like yeah, it's been a month ago. So you probably missed the video. Like I've been just posting videos like consistently every day, but I make it to where it's like I edit it at the end of every live because it's like I'm killing two birds with one stone. If I can make sense. I'm trying to low key get Twitch up, but I just don't know. It's my second day in the Twitch, but every time I stream, most likely it's just gonna be straight up on Twitch as well. I still don't know how it works though with the chat ratio, or if you can even have chat like on both of them. I think there's an issue with that where it's like you have to have only Twitch chat, which really does blow because it's like I hope I could have them like at least side by side or some shit. Like that would make sense. Playing Fallout 1 and 2, New Vegas, Team Fortress 2. Oh yeah, Team Fortress 2 is pretty goated. Half Sword, Buckshot, Roulette. And yeah, I haven't watched the vids. I mainly sleep during the day. Gotta watch them during my shifts at night. There was also a thing too, bro. Like I think when I swear I remember the mission to the last. I think I remember the last mission that I did. That was the last time I seen you. I think I was like pulling up to like the Zing Pong post or some shit. It was like some type of settlement. And I was like fighting a Deathclaw or like a super mutant. And that was like the last episode. Or was it Deathclaw or some shit. But I think that was like episode 15 or some shit. I've been mainly just playing Oblivion. I haven't hopped into Fallout 4 in a little bit. But I'm gonna hop back in once I'm done though. I'll be back in Fallout 4. Then do New Vegas Ultimate Edition. And then I'll finally touch down on Morrowind and Skyrim. I probably won't touch down on Morrowind though. I keep saying that. I probably will do that like near the end of like everything. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like I might do my like damn, that's crazy though. I had this whole year planned out because of GTA 6. I was like, oh yeah, GTA 6 is gonna come out by the end of this year. I'm gonna play GTA 6 like right after Skyrim. But now like there is no GTA 6, so it's like damn, like, that's crazy. So I have to start playing Minecraft. It's gonna be super duper crazy. Let me save this project. Save T51. I'm pretty sure it's T52. Yeah, honestly though, I might hop into Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, but I mean, once I'm done with Bethesda though, I might have to do variety, but I'll probably be in Dark Souls actually. I'll probably be doing Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, 3, Bloodborne for sure. I have Bloodborne on P5, and then I'll be doing Elden Rings. But Dark Souls is gonna be like a whole nother period of time too. But now that I've been like catching things like right when it starts, I'm like, okay, wait a second, like Oblivion just like the new remaster just dropped, so like I took like 3 days, and I was like, I don't know if I should play it or not. Like I think I should just continue. Then I just seen how much it was like how crazy it was going. I was like, I can't miss out on it like right now. Like I might as well play it. You're at like 1,009 subs when I was last here. Good shit, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, bro. What I realized too is like, I mean that's the thing too. I think right when I think you popped by right when I got monetized. I think so. I just started like posting shorts again. I started going fuck. I gotta post some shorts, videos, and then live videos. I was like I gotta keep up with that. But now I just did Twitch, so that's what like I'm trying to do Twitch at the same time. Who knows what's next? Probably like TikTok Live or Facebook or Twitter. Probably not Twitter though, because it'll be really bad. Like I think the comments on Twitter would probably get me banned on like a lot of different accounts. Not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna be on Twitch for like 4 months before I even think about doing anything else. Twitch and YouTube. But yeah, bro, appreciate it, man. I think also that's the thing too, is like if I hop into Minecraft, that's why I realized for like upcoming gamer streamers is like, or like, yeah, gaming streamers, is that Minecraft is honestly a go-to in general. Like if you just play Minecraft, like you're damn near just like you can just do it. Like I remember I did a ratio where I was like, you got monetized like a week after I popped up. Damn. Wait, you popped up in Fallout 3, right? You popped up at the end of you were in Fallout 3, but I don't know if you were in the beginning of Fallout 3. I know Eco was at the end of Fallout 3, like damn near like the last episode or two. And Greg was also at the end of Fallout 4, damn near.
And now you see
Dark Lord Revan was, I think there's a couple people. That's the thing, is I remember, like I sort of remember exactly like which era like everything comes from, because I remember Evo came in New Vegas. I swear it was New Vegas. Written I think was also in New Vegas too, which is crazy. Damn, but Written don't be popping by as much. He pops up so randomly. Like I swear I see him like the most randomest period of time. And then Aiden was before all that. Aiden was in Rocket League before I even had like a mic or camera. I was just doing broadcast. And same with Revan. Revan I think was right when I did Oblivion. I remember that shit because that shit's just like, oh no, like I like think of that shit. I'm like damn, that's cool. Like this era, like this was when I met dude, and this was when I met dude over here. It makes sense. I was in Fallout 3 for like a week or so before it ended. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I remember, because like at the beginning of Fallout 3, I forgot who was in it. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot. I think Revan and Evo. Eco came in at the end of Fallout 3. I remember that because it was like very at the end. But I see Eco very frequently. Oblivion hasn't really Oblivion's just been Oblivion. I think I pulled the most viewers on Oblivion, but it was like I just came to the realization that like going live is like, if you play a certain game, sometimes algorithm pushes you whenever like someone's asleep and it plays. I think I have like at the first week of playing Oblivion, I was like, this is probably the best decision I made in my life or some shit, because I like, that's some dumb shit, but I like pulled like 200 viewers and 100 viewers, and I never like hit 100 viewers. The most I ever had was like probably like 94, and that was in Fallout 3. Before that, it was like 70, 60. When I pulled 200, though, I was like, what the fuck? It was like 220. And then I hit 170 the next day, 120 the day before, all that shit. It was like the whole week was just like, I had so much hype around Oblivion. I was like, damn. But Oblivion is clutch, though. I'm not going to lie. It's definitely, I don't think I gained any, I don't know. I think New Vegas gave me the most like where I could just talk to people. Yeah, I think I joined when you was playing New Vegas because Dart told me about you. Yeah, I swear, yeah, you and Revan were in here in New Vegas. But Revan was in here like even before New Vegas. He was in there in Oblivion when I first got my mic started up. I remember that shit because I didn't know how to play Oblivion. It was like the original version. And I remember he like deadass like helped me throughout like a whole episode. Like I had no idea what I was doing. I don't even know if I would have gone back to play Oblivion too. Like once a remaster came out, it was like, damn, well, there goes the hopes of me doing a run through of that. Bro, if I could find my list. The NCR Ranger came in, but he's random. He be lurking. Oh, here it is. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Random tips giver. I forgot about random. I remember. I think he stopped popping by after Fallout 4. He was in Fallout 4 for a little bit. I remember him. Zane was he's OG from Rocket League. Then there's Aiden. I accidentally didn't type down that. Okay, G, Paulina, and Jason were like randoms. Jason was, I do remember Jason though. Oh yeah, Ben and Hunter. I remember Ben and Hunter. Ben and Hunter came through like, they come in randomly too. Like I always see them randomly. And then Christian, I remember Christian Bravo. He comes in at the beginning of every stream, damn near. But I just keep a list though because it's like I want to be able to like keep up with it. I used to do like a roll call, but I need to like keep up with like who's lurking. Cause I think that happened one time. I was like, "Yo, Revan, are you lurking right now or Evo?" And then like, "Yo, bro, good stream, bro. I've been watching." I'm like, "Wait, what, bro? I didn't even know you were here." That shit threw me off. I'm probably gonna upload only 2 videos today. I'm not gonna upload 3. I'm gonna leave that last one for like tomorrow or something. I'm gonna delete some shit on my PC. I only have like 1 terabyte. I need to get way more. Upload content every fucking day. It's pathetic. It's very much pathetic. I think that's the one thing too is like I don't even want to hop in a Fallout 3 game of the year until Fallout 3 the remaster comes out because that'll just be insane. New Vegas though, I'm actually probably like after Fallout 4, that's like the one thing I'm looking forward to is like a whole rerun of Fallout New Vegas with the Ultimate Edition. I think that would be the most craziest shit. Then after that, I just have Skyrim, and then I'll just be doing random variety. I'll probably be voting on it, but most likely Dark Souls. It's actually crazy, bro. I think honestly, when I'm done with Oblivion, I might take a whole week of just playing Minecraft just to see what the fuck happens. Cause I remember doing this ratio, bro, of like, what does 10K views on a short do or 10K views on a video do on Minecraft versus 10K views on Fallout or anything else. 10K views on a Minecraft got me like 100 subs or like 50 subs, just boom right there. 10K views on a fucking Fallout would be like a sub or 2. That's why like. I remember, cause I remember when I was at like 980 for a while, and I was like, bruh, fuck this, I'm posting some Minecraft, and I posted Minecraft, then boom, I was like, it was like right there, and I was like, what the fuck? I try to pop in, it's just hard cause I try to sleep during the day, but I also do family things as well. Trying to manage my time is very difficult at the moment. Yeah, bro, I understand, it's okay. I'm not going anywhere. I'm finna be streaming every week, every day of the week. Well, not every day, but you know, like. Most of the time, probably like 4 or 5 days out of the week. I'll try to do that. It was good to see you pop by though, bro, because I was like low-key thinking, I was like, damn, bro, I miss Brandon, bro. I haven't seen him in a minute. Bro, I wonder if, Christian don't be speaking, like, he don't be speaking like normally. He be like messing up his words and shit. So I don't understand what he says, but. Who? Oh yeah, if I saw Random Tips Giver, Hunter or Ben, I'd be like, whoa. That'd be random as hell. What video is this? I'm just gonna delete this one. But it's crazy though, Fallout TV show, that's gonna be insane. I don't think I can react to the trailer at all or even watch it on my I don't think I could do that. I think it's like top notch shit. I'll try it tomorrow though. Like I'll look it up just to see it, and if the stream fucks up, but it'll be like at the beginning of the stream or some shit. And I'll know if I can like react to that type of shit. I feel like if it's on YouTube, I don't have to pay a subscription to watch it. Like I should be allowed to watch it, but they be coming up with all types of things. Where's this at? Oh yeah, bet. That's the thing though. I actually when I see Maddie plays type of videos, I actually do get inspired to make videos like that. It's just right now it's like I'm in a setup where it's like I sort of want to just like see how far I can get with whatever is going on, but I have to upgrade. Like I have to upgrade whatever the fuck I'm doing no matter what. Like it can't just be, oh, I'm on Twitch now, or I'm just like, oh, I got a green screen behind me, or I'm posting videos now. every month has to be like something different that I add to it, and like I just continuously do it because I do want to make videos like that. I think it's very interesting. I could give my own take on things, but oh yeah, when I did I told Eco about this, but I did like this roofing job. I was in the Zoom meeting or something, and I had a t-shirt on. I had like a regular ass t-shirt. It was like a blue t-shirt. And like I seen the Zoom call, I'm like, damn, everybody's wearing fucking like collared shirts and all these like suits and ties. And then there's a couple people like smoking a cig on the side of the road, like with their Zoom phone, you know, like nobody knows what they're doing. Some people in the car, some people walking around. I'm propped up though. I just have a t-shirt on. That's the only problem I have is a t-shirt. I have a blue t-shirt. Like it's not even blue, it's like dark blue. So it looks sort of like professional a little bit. And I just don't have like, I don't have a lot of polo t-shirts anymore. And I remember the Zoom call right when he started, he was like talking about, yeah, we'll do this, we'll do that. And I'm appreciating you guys, you know, coming through with the suits and with the outfits on. You know, I see a person smoking a cigarette on the side of the road, someone driving their car, you know, not paying attention, someone walking around, and someone in a t-shirt. Like, you know, I'm like, bro, you gotta be kidding me. You're talking about me. Immediately, like, I was like, great. Like, I got a fucking t-shirt on, like a big fucking whoop, bro. And then he put me in a waiting room, and I waited there for fucking 20 minutes, bro. I was like, I'm never doing this shit again, bro. It's like, it's a roofing job. I'm supposed to get on a roof and do shit. I just want to get, you know, like, I don't know. It's like, it's a roofing job. I'm not, like, I get it, they're wearing suits and shit, but it's like I'm still in the call, sitting up, posted up and stuff, but it's like, you want to judge me on my shirt? I understand, though, but it's like, he put me in a fucking waiting room, too, and I waited there for 20 minutes. Joke's on his bitch ass, though. I applied for 2 different meetings on accident, so I'm going to be in there on Monday, and I'm going to pull up with a collared shirt, and I'm going to do what I have to do. But I couldn't imagine they remastered fucking Fallout 4. That wouldn't even make sense. I know they're gonna inevitably do Skyrim, Morrowind, and Fallout 3. Fallout 3 is indefinite, probably gonna happen next, but Skyrim or Morrowind is probably gonna happen after that. But with Virtuos though, they just need to run through it. They just need to run through it. I'm trying to see what's going on with that. The quicker, the better. Oh yeah, Evo. I forgot to make you make like day one's moderator, managing monitor, standard. Remove chat messages and hide it. Yep. I want to have my YouTube up to date. Let's see here. Where's my history at? I can't believe bro was that mad though to tell me like, oh my god, bro. Like you could just imagine how dumb I felt. I was wearing a regular ass t-shirt. I wasn't wearing this Dragon Ball Z shit. This is my sleeper wear, but I was wearing a fucking regular t-shirt. And it wasn't even like a t-shirt with like words on it or anything. It was a straight plain t-shirt. And I even was wearing camo pants because I love my camo pants just to like be like, hey, like, you know, I could do the work. Like I could do the job. I'm used to landscaping, so like that's it. It sort of just blew my mind. I was like, damn, bro, he's really getting on me about a t-shirt right now. You threw me in the mix. Like, bro, I had a t-shirt on and you threw me in the mix with someone walking around with a cigarette. I mean, no hate to cigarettes, bro. Like, you know, we all have like nicotine addiction sometimes, but I mean, I do. But like in a meeting though, it's like imagine like you just smoke like you just roll up a fucking joint in a fucking meeting. Like you're like in a Zoom call and you're trying to get the job and you're like rolling up and shit. Like, bro, you're not getting the job unless you're like in California. But where I'm from, though, like South Carolina, they wouldn't. They'd be like, what the fuck? ban them, chat, ban them mods or some shit. I'm like, damn. But a t-shirt, brother, you compare me with people who are in a car, not even looking at them, walking around like outside playing basketball or some shit. I don't know. Compare me with a t-shirt on just because I had a t-shirt. Threw me in the mix. But it's cool though, bro. If I don't get the job, I'm logging into 12 of my YouTube accounts and Gmails, and I'm going to raid their company with 1-star reviews. And then I'm gonna post on my accounts and be like, yo, everybody raid them. Everybody just raid them. Might as well, bro. Like, fuck it. That's some dickhead shit, but I mean, you have to do what you have to do sometimes. You know? Like, sometimes those things like that have to happen. People need to learn. Are tracks from Creator Music missing? If tracks from Creator Music were not found, add them manually to complete the licensing process. Wait, what? I don't think there's no music in this. There's no way. Okay, bet. Public schedule. I don't mean to be, I don't know, it's like why is that banned? You can't say you're a menace in the fucking chat. It only pops up on screen. That's crazy, but I think it's just, I don't know. Bro deserves it. He's like over here like, oh yeah, bro, don't give him the job. He's got a navy blue t-shirt on, bro. Get him out of here. Ban of mods, like these people are wearing suits and they're like 50 years old. You think they're gonna hop on a roof, bro? Like they're not gonna do that. They want to be where you are. But I understand though. Like I understand, I gotta put on a suit. I gotta put on something to make them understand where I'm coming from. I'm more pissed about the waiting room because I actually waited in there for like I said 20 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, I counted. It was actually like 30. I popped in there like because the meeting was at like 4 p.m. earlier yesterday, and I remember they took me out at 4:10, 4:15 around that range. After talking a little bit, he just randomly said all that and then put me in a waiting room, and I was in the waiting room until like 4:45. So it was probably like, yeah, it was like 30 minutes, and I just had to know. I was like, yeah, I gotta get out of here. That was evil. You scared him with your confidence. I started like standing up and like mogging him, and he was like, "Nah, bro, get him out of here. He's wearing a t-shirt, bro." And he's mogging me in front of all my colleagues. Like, get out of here, bro. You're not allowed. Like, you just imagine too, my phone was propped up and I was just sitting there just like this. Like, just looking at the phone the whole time. Like, damn, bro. Like, I'm just waiting. That's what pissed me off the most. Sad part is, too, is they hit me up on Indeed, too. They're the ones that hit me up. Because I was like, I just seen the job, and I'm like, wait a second. Like, they hit me up. I'm like, okay, it's like $70K a year. I'm like, I know I'm going to be working my ass off on a roof, but shit, I'm going to need to do something in between trying to do other school shit for Megatronics. A little side hustle job, full time. I can learn some things. But it is what it is, though. I think it's the thing, too, is where I live is like 40K is considered like you're pretty much chilling. 40K a year, you could like the houses over here are not expensive. You get a house like a 1-story, 1,800 square foot house with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, living room, dining room, family room, 2-car garage, fucking 1.8 acres of land for like fucking like 190, 200, and it's like if you make 40K a year, you know, you probably might chill for a little bit, save up, get your credit up, and then put like a good little down payment credit. So I was like, damn. I couldn't imagine people, you showed them your ore was better than his. I started like clip farming and ore maxing in front of him. I was like just mogging, straight up jawline mogging. He just couldn't handle the ultimate sigma that I produced in his Zoom meeting. I think the part also is like I grow out my hair and I don't have haircuts. Like I don't just get haircuts like that. I'm just trying to grow it out so it's like long enough to put in a fucking man bun. Nah, but like I'm trying to put it up and like have long hair because I've never had my hair this long. So I'm like, let's see how long it can get. And I guess that might have been a piece of it too. He probably was like, fuck, dude, this dude's hair looks grungy. Oh shit. Hello. Yo. Yo, hello. Yeah, where you at? Okay. Okay, give me a sec. I'll pull up in a little bit. All right, bro. I'm not gonna post that other video. I'm gonna wait on that. 300 no scope. My work, bro. I have a teacher that works with me in the freight warehouse, and he's always like, "Skibbity toilet, maximum riz overload." He's like 54 years old. I don't know, bro. It reminds me of like my dad. Maximum riz. I think he said something about Livy Dunn or something too. I was like, bro, how do you know all this shit, bro? Like, how do you know this? But I think he's like a 9th grade teacher or something. So he's just, that's his little world. He knows all the slangs and slogans and shit. But no, I need to fast though. I'm getting sort of fat. Like I'm not like fat, but I'm getting sort of chubby, bro. It's pissing me off. Cause I used to actually like go outside and run and get sunlight. Now I'm just a fucking vampire. I don't get no sunlight. I got a tan for like a week because I was straight up just going out in the sun playing tennis, but I lost it like in 2 days. Like that pisses me off. It's fucking bullshit. But yeah, bro, I'm not gonna lie. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna check on Monday, and if Monday doesn't work out, the whole stream on Monday that night is gonna be a straight up like I'm just gonna have it loaded up like their fucking website, and I'm just gonna be like raid their shit. This is good that I like. See, I like had too many different accounts for a reason, just for different stuff. Like, oh, one account's for music, one account's for archive music, one account's for a music channel with all these people in it, different emails. Then I got for gaming, I got like a gaming clip channel, gaming vlog channel, this channel, and then some other tight beat channel when I used to make beats. That's not even including all the weird emails I created just to like sign into something just to get over with it. I think on Spotify on my PC, I just sign in on random shit. Like I'll just make up a fucking email. Spotify doesn't even check emails. You can just make an email off a rip. No checks, no verifications, just go straight in on Spotify. Shit is unbearable. was supposed to hang out with this girl's toxic, bro. Like, I don't like baggage, bro. Like, I don't know. That's what I told my my boss, because he tried to put us on. It's like, bro, like, I don't want to work with a girl I'm fucking with. Like, I don't know. That shit's nasty. Like, over here working with her, and then like, bro, we get in a fight. Like, I don't want to date her, bro. I just want to chill. Should I confess to her? Ah, fuck. She can't be watching this. There's no way she's watching this. Only Oblivion people are watching this. She like confessed her feelings and shit. I was just like, I don't fucking care. That's not even like some dickhead shit. It was just like what do you think I'm supposed to say? Like, if I tell you, like, I'm a nice person, so I'm just like, I'm not gonna be like, no, I don't like you, fuck you. But I'm like bad at like leading people on. I feel like I'm like a piece of shit because I can't just be like, nah, I don't like you. Nope. We could be friends though. That's the thing though. I'm just not good. Like, when I play basketball, I'm not good at, I'm good at shooting. I'm good at passing. I'm just not good at rebounds. And, I used to work at a grocery store. I was good at, pushing the carts, restocking the milk, but I wasn't good with baggage, bags and shit. Extra baggage. I don't like it. And, when I get my car, anytime I get a new car, it's always got low mileage. You feel me? Never high mileage, Hey, what's going on, D-Bar Jan? And I was in math. I was always able to do equations, but I don't think I was ever able to solve problems. How's your day or night going? It's going fucking horrible. It can't get any worse. My life is at an all-time low. Nah, I'm just playing. Everything's going good. How's your day going, man? I think that's the thing too, bro. Is like, I think I have like a problem. Ah, fuck. Thanks for asking. Oh, damn, it might be spam. As much as chilling. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. I was just playing my life. My day is not going horrible. It was a joke. It's early morning though right now. I don't know what time it is where you are, but my early morning is 5:50 a.m. something like that. I don't know, bro. I think I have an issue with like skincare though. I don't know, like, and not like me personally, but I don't know. Like, I always like you don't have to be all the way there, but you could have like good skincare that really does like change the whole entire subject of what I feel like. Like, it's like, oh, you got clean skin, but you don't have clean skin. I don't like makeup. Like, makeup is weird. My day is going pretty good as well. Thanks for asking. Hey, D-Bar Jam, make sure to sub or follow or some shit. I'm gonna try to get to 50 followers. This is my second day on Twitch. By the way, can I ask you where are you from? I mean, yeah, it's not like I'm from South Carolina, so I'm not gonna give like the exact whereabouts, access point, coordinates. Where are you from, D-Bar Jan? I don't know. I don't like makeup, bro. I think makeup is like very weird to me. Like, I don't mind it, but it's like when I see like bumps under the makeup, I'm like, ah, fuck. Like just don't do makeup. Like, I'd much rather see like what's going on, It's definitely like, brother, nice to meet you. Yep, I'm just chilling. Just got done with the Oblivion. I'm from Bristol. Where's that at? Where's Bristol from? Where's that? But yeah, D-Bar J, make sure to follow up. I'll be streaming every single day. I'm trying to build up a Twitch community because I don't know how to do on Twitch. YouTube, I'm chilling, but Twitch is like a whole nother world. What is your favorite game nowadays? My favorite game, I probably have to say, even though I like Oblivion a lot, I like Fallout 4, Fallout 3. I think Fallout New Vegas Legends of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and maybe Tears of the Kingdom. What else? Skate 3. Skate 3 is probably, I could play Skate 3 all day long, but I just can't do it because it's like it's a variety type of thing. I'll play Minecraft. Like I can play Minecraft, but I'm just not like, it's not something I'm gonna dedicate my time to. It's definitely like something you could just play. You know, like if people are like, "Oh, do a Minecraft stream," I could do that. But oh, you're in the UK. That's what's up, bro. You ever hear the Spud Bros with the baked beans and the potatoes and like tuna and onions and shit? They got. I've never tried it before, but I've heard it's pretty good. Yeah, but I'm just not into makeup though. Makeup is just, and that's the thing too. Is like I don't mind makeup, but it's like I think makeup when you don't have problems underneath the makeup, it's like because you could be naturally born like like chopped cheese, liver, or some shit like that. But at the end of the day, when there's like bumps and shit, it's like the makeup's not gonna help it. Can I say something if you don't mind and if you allow me then? Yes, but I must make a rule real quick. It cannot be about overlays, custom graphics, or yeah, anything about that. It cannot be about overlays or custom graphics. Oh god. And also make sure to join up Discord. I'm not gonna put the link in, but just join up. It's on Chaz AWOL. You'll probably find it. Just add me on Discord. You can join up the thingamajib. Bet you $500 it's gonna be about overlays. Promise money. It's gonna be on overlays or like graphic designs or art. All right, I got you. What is it? What do you have to say? You got my attention. I'm itching to know what you have to speak on. I think BBLs too. I don't like BBLs. I think BBLs are like, because you see like BBLs are like when people go to the gym and they have a BBL, it's because they're trying to get the thigh ratio up from their BBL because their BBL is too poked out, and now they're trying to get their thighs right with the BBL. Natural butt is way better. Honestly, yeah, I don't know. Natural is like the way God made you, bro. Like just the way you are, it looks a lot better. I don't like. All right, got you. Probably, I might have called it. Might have been overlays, but now you don't want to say it because I spoke on it. But now you have to speak on it because I'm itching to know. This bro just left. I have one viewer. Bro, Twitch is so like I can't even imagine like starting out on Twitch. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard as hell to be on Twitch, but my consistency on YouTube, if I do Twitch and YouTube at the same time, I feel like Twitch I would have been good on Twitch. But it's just not. Yeah, it definitely was about overlays. I guarantee it was about overlays. I think bro just left because of that, for sure. Did he subby wubby though? Let's see. That's actually crazy, bro. On Twitch, I'm like begging. I'm like, please give me the 50 subs. Please give me the 50 followers. Because on Twitch, like, I can't just post a video or a short or like other content to go up. I have to just blow up on lives and do the TikTok method. I don't even think I'll do the TikTok method though. That's actually crazy, bro. I might have just called that in real time. I was like, don't talk about overlays. And what happens? He left. Oh my fucking god, he didn't follow me. Oh. it's gonna be a while on Twitch, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's actually crazy. I'll probably reach every other thing before I even pop up on. Like, that's crazy. Before I get 50 fucking followers. I think it's easier though to get affiliated on Twitch than it is on YouTube though. On YouTube, you have to go through a whole bunch of shit, and unless you know, oh, I gotta post lives or I gotta post videos to get watch time up, you're most likely not gonna get monetized as quickly because it's all about live streaming. Like if you spent 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day, just streaming every day until you get that watch time, it might take you fucking 3 months. It is so worth it because now you don't have to stream anymore. But me personally, I just wanted to stream and I love streaming. But like if I really didn't want to, I could just still post videos. Now I'm monetized, so anything you do, no matter what it is like, okay. It's actually crazy too because 100 views. I used to think, oh, 100 views is like, that's not that much. But depending on how long the people watch the 100 views, that 100 views could be like $2. So you think about that as like $2 per 100 views. You got 1,000 views. Times that by that, it's now like $20, $20. Like what? Then you get 10,000 views. But you made like $100 in a day off of 10,000 views. But views nowadays are like so crazy because you like I remember back in like the old YouTube days, like people were hitting millions back and forth like it was nothing. But nowadays it's harder to get that high up. And the view counts though, like you get paid more per view because there's so many ads, there's so many sponsorships, there's so many different things that go into it now. I think that's my main goal though, is get affiliated on Twitch. I probably won't be a partner because I think I'd be an exclusive partner. I don't think that's worth it right now. It looks like bro's not gonna pop through. He's not gonna tell me the answer to his question. Such a shame. Well, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go do some shit real quick. Be right back. Fuck up in this stuff. Whoa, fuck up in this stuff.